All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's Saturday, March 30th, 2024, and the chicken tenders are ready to fry. All right. So last night we finished patch 4.4, and today we're going to start patch 4.5. So I'm going to run the trailer. I haven't watched it yet. Let me make sure everything's working real quick, because that would be really embarrassing if it wasn't working. Okay, looks good. All right, gonna run the trailer, and we'll see what's new.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Beyond become instant. Throw wide the gates.
Ian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
You, of all people, should understand.
My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more.
Robot sniper.
No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences.
Yeah, that's me. That's what I look like.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion.
If I must forsake myself to keep mine own, then so be it. Flesh of my flesh! Show them their folly!
Oh, shit.
Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Soon, we will throw wide the gates.
Well, that's it.
You will be the capstone of this world. I, anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
That's it, dude. Alpha Node's dead. We lost him. These dates aren't accurate. This came out years ago. Okay. Let me get all loaded into the game here. Ooh, hold on. Important notice. All worlds maintenance, April 1st. 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Okay. That's not bad. Alright, let me pull up the spreadsheet. I don't know if Lorenzo changed something on the spreadsheet or not. Or... I don't know. He put 4.4 Hildebrand, but then for 4.5, he didn't put the next Hildebrand. What? I think there's things missing from the spreadsheet. Oh, I'm at the house. Okay. I was unsuccessfully trying to clean up my inventory a little bit. Let's see here. It does say we get to finish the Alliance raids. This is Alliance Raid Part 3. Can't wait to do the Alliance Raid in 4 hours from now if we start the cutscenes right now. Can't wait, dude. Let's see. I think I gotta go to Azizla. I don't need to do these right now as long as I do them next week before Tuesday. Okay. To Kugane, I guess. I guess I can accept these now, since we're at the end. Ah, something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Count? As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Talk about Tsukuyomi. And what manner of triumphant tale do you have for me today? Tsukuyomi, Lady of the Moon. Thus in the mortal form of Yotsuyu, vengeful daughter of the Neuri, did this primal find a willing host. I had heard stories of the acting viceroy's merciless rule, yet none ever mentioned the terrible childhood she endured. The outward face of history surrenders little of the turmoil which rages beneath its surface. She had but one chance to be reborn, only to have it snatched away. And in the void left behind, her cruelty bloomed anew. Yes, this is all the makings of a tragic tanka. Ah, forgive me. A form of classical Hingan poetry I was but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying I have yet to master it, so I will thank you for not laughing at my fumbling attempt. Neath the half-moon's glow, lily-white petals unfurl, rooted in malice. The bloom drinks in the darkness and is swallowed by the night. The flower Yotsuyu planted was doomed to last but a single evening before its petals were scattered. Mayhap she wished only for a pretty bloom to adorn her final resting place. I do not mean to excuse her atrocities, but very few of us are born villains. Circumstances conspired to break her spirit even as she made her misguided choices. I only hope that in death, her soul has shed the maddening shackles of vengeance. The path of most resistance. The worried look on Lena Murala's face suggests she bears grave tidings. Or not. Greetings and salutations, Count. I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good Genimus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is, he has. The bad news, however. Now, while it's not in my nature to be a sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexingale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears? Principal Genimus claims to have learned much from his continued study of the Durai papers. Still...
Very good!
The chicken tenders are ready to FRY.
Yes. Yes, they are. Epona with the tier 3! 82 months. Thank you, Epona. How you doing, man? I don't know why she couldn't say fry. Principal Genimus claims to have learned much from his continued study of the Durai papers. Still, he appears to be frustrated at a lack of information crucial to solving the mystery. Shall I prepare the shuttle for you, my lord? Yes. The chicken tenders are ready to fry. The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, Count. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I'd not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Murala. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, But as far as they can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Count, when did you... Alma. I'm fine, brother. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father. Also, all that audio popping, that's me. I don't know, man. I need to get some new wires or something. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes. The matter of our next expedition. Are you using an audio mixer? Nope. Fun fact, I have not used an audio mixer in the entire 8 years that I've been streaming. I can also hear the popping, so yeah, kind of annoying. I think it's just all of my cords have a lot of interference. I need to get some like shielded cables or something. Now then, where were we? Ah yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastra appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lysalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalis. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ritarana cataract. Remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lysalia, Gog. What have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalis, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalisian legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There's no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you all are aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalis. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Ramses' role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Oren Durai of the false accusations made against him by the church. Should we not see to Alma first? Kugane's chirurgeons would have us believe she is in no immediate danger, and her illness is not one of the body, but of the mind. To borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance and merely requires time to right itself. Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of these meddlesome mole bats. Though I must admit, Both Montblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would have ever dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am the first in the field. Or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kupo. Ah, but you're mistaken, Herdy. I bear neither of you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change. Forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Beowulf. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Orin's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing. An underlying struggle with an unknown force. A force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Eorzea, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lysalia and Gold. The Lucavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Eorzea. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Orban Monastery. Oh, I know this one! The Orban Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Eorzea was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, often referring to her as the Angel of Blood, for the carnage left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell Count claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I've spoken with several colleagues back in Charlene regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they have yet to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Alligans learned this spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge onto them. Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Makoto requested. Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Orban Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Murilla. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zershel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zershel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan maps. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zershel is established to be, are rare in a nation with more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmore on the Nagshan border. Okay, they're just randomly slapping the fucking keyboard and being like, hey guys, we're going to in the Gudibidi province, and we need to go to the Amblagababa river to get the... Like, what the hell is this shit, dude? And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain. Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Moogles, Kupo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins much like those we've discovered in Lasalia and Gog. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that is why we're all still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Orban Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Count Funkula and bid I deliver him a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused. Wait, he didn't even tell me the message. What? Okay. Makoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it'll function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that's to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. He didn't even tell me the message! He's like, oh yeah, this guy gave me a message. It's for you, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. What? What? Alright. Cool, I guess. Something is obviously very wrong with poor Alma, and why her father doesn't seem to pay her condition much mind is something we should all be wary of. Both Montblanc and his brother Herdy have proved invaluable to our expedition. I owe them my thanks. And I suppose an apology. I admit, when they first arrived, I was wary of their ability to contribute to the cause. However, over the past moons, they have done their damnedest to prove me wrong. I used to believe that we Garleans were inherently better than, well, everyone else. I suppose a part of me still does. It was what I was raised to believe. It is what all Garlean children are. Only now have I begun to realize the fool I was. Our exile here has forced me to face the arrogance that has controlled me my whole life, and what I found was that I was simply frightened. Frightened of change, frightened of admitting I was weak, and so I lashed out. And I'm sorry that you, Montblanc, Bwagi, and the others had to suffer. You won't believe this, but since our time together in the Clockwork City, Ramza and I have grown inseparable. Why, I'd consider him a closer companion now than even my good brother Herdy. Just don't let Herdy know that, Kupo. I have no issue with Ramza's unexpected change of heart, just with how it actually came about. I fear it might be the Orisite playing with his heart, Kupo. I sensed a surge of aether the precise moment he came into contact with the necklace. Though that surge has since passed, Kupo. There's no question that Ivalice once stood atop the lands we now call Dalmasca, but with the passage of time, have remnants of those eras past faded beyond recognition. If only the great library at Rabanastre still stood. My knowledge is limited, but if there is aught you wish to ask... Wow, this is a lot of reading. Okay, hold on. What was the relation between Ramza and Delita? As I believe I have explained before, the hero Ramza Beov and the pauper become King Delita Hayral were the closest of companions throughout most of their adolescence. Ramza was the youngest son of House Beov and an old and respected bloodline of warriors. Delita was the son of farmers in service to the Beovs. Normally, One mightn't expect the path of two with such different backgrounds to cross, but fate chose to intervene. When Delita's parents fall victim to a terrible plague, Ramza's father takes the orphan boy and his sister into his home and raises them as his own. Sensing greatness in young Delita, Bar Banith elects to enroll him in the Royal Military Academy with Ramza. However, not but several moons before their graduation does great tragedy befall them both. Noble children from across the realm are being abducted by a radical faction of dissident knights and ransomed to their families. Amongst those kidnapped is Delita's only sister, Tietra, mistaken to be of high birth for her place at Barbarinth Beowulf's table. Or at least so they thought. It turns out the whole affair is a plot set in motion by a petty noble by the name of Argath Thadalphus. Yes, the very course you encountered deep within the ruins of Lysalia. You see, Argath and Delita were classmates at the academy, yet the former despised the latter. Jealous of the base-born upstart who was always first in his class from swordplay to letters. And so Argath approaches the renegade knights and tells them of Ramza's sister. Only instead of describing Alma's features, he gives them Tietra's that they might kidnap his true rival's kin, and so they do. However, when the commander overseeing the rescue efforts of these noble children learns that it is not Alma but Tietra they have taken, he abandons all attempts at peaceful exchange with the brigands, refusing to waste valuable resources on a mere commoner. Ramza and Delita plead with the officer to reconsider, but the order to storm the knight's hideout and burn it to the ground are carried out with cold precision. The mission is a success, and the dissidents, including Argath, are slain to a man, but so too is poor Tietra. Having learned the true worth of his blood, Delita leaves both the academy and his friend Ramza behind to forge a new path, one that would ultimately lead to war. 5 summers will pass before the two meet again. What was the relation between Ramza and Oran? According to my ancestors' writings, Tietra's passing did not only serve to shape Delita, but Ramza as well. Ramza was possessed of 2 older brothers, both who had built reputations for themselves as fearless and cunning warriors worthy of the Beowulf name. However, soon after the raid that sees Tietra slain, Ramza learns of his brother's involvement in the affair. The shock upon realizing his own kin's disdain for the common man is too much to bear, and Ramza abandons his duty as son of House Beowulf, choosing instead to consign himself to a life of wayfaring. It is while serving a band of mercenaries that he meets Oran Durai. Oran, adopted son of General Sidolphus Orlando, is tasked by his father to discover the identity of those truly behind the War of the Lions, though what he discovers will mark him for life. Orlando was long an enemy of House Beowulf, but the general had always been a proponent of peace. On many an occasion did he attempt to stave the hands of conflict by providing resolution that would benefit both sides, only to find his efforts thwarted by a force unseen. Throughout all this, the church maintained its neutrality, openly refusing to endorse either order. Yet this was little more than a facade. The truth was, they silently wielded their influence over both sides, seeking to draw out the war that the armies might grow ever weaker. It is during this time the church begins its search for the Zodiac Stones, or what we know as Eorzea. Their aim is to gain support of their war-weary small folk by dangling the promises of peace delivered by legendary warriors descended from the heavens, the Zodiac Braves. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Ooh, sorry about that. Let's read that one again. It is during this time the church begins its search for the Zodiac Stones, or what we now know as Eorzea. Their aim is to gain support of the war-weary small folk by dangling the promises of peace delivered by legendary warriors descended from the heavens, the Zodiac Braves. Oran Durai suspects the plot might bring great harm to the realm, but lacks the proof he requires to implicate the church in any wrongdoing. When all hope is nearly lost, Oran encounters Ramza, already branded a heretic by the church for his discovery of several of the clergy's inconvenient truths, and learns that together they might be able to make a difference, for Ramza holds a shard of Eorzea. Threatened by Ramza's actions, but unable to successfully subdue the young man or his Eorzea, the church turns their attention to Sidolphus Orlando and condemns the general as they did Ramza in a ploy to drive him from the kingdom. This betrayal by the church only serves to embolden Sidolphus, and it is not long before he joins Ramza and his son in their efforts to prevent the Eorzea's blight from spreading further. Okay, he's telling us the entire story of Final Fantasy Tactics, apparently. How did Ramza use the Eorzea? While Delita waged his war for all to see, Ramza remained hidden, choosing to deal with the Lucavi from the shadows. When the tiny fellowships was not hunting the horrors spawned by the Holy Stones, they were hounded by knights and brigands set upon them by the church. Yet, despite this, Ramza often found his thoughts returning to his old friend Delita, now an intelligencer with the Order of the Southern Sky. Delita had also not forgotten about his childhood companion, learning of both Ramza's troubles and the church's scheming soon after joining the Order. He could not, however, come to Beowulf's aid. Herol had proven himself a capable warrior and a charismatic leader, and was using this momentum to silently orchestrate a play for Ivalis's throne. If he were to openly oppose the church, it would prove disastrous. Ramza, though, had already been branded a heretic. Through Ramza, Delita might freely raise his sword against the church without consequence to himself, as long as their allegiance remained unknown. Now, one might view this as the future king simply using his companion to see his own desires to fruition. Why, even Oran himself opines on the matter in his papers. However, both Delita and Ramza were quick to recognize that as long as the blight engendered by the Eorzea was allowed to spread unchecked, that true peace could never be realized. Their solution was ingenious. Delita took his place on the field of battle to bring an end to the War of the Lions, while Ramza took to the shadows to excise the otherworldly cankers that befouled the realm from within. What was the Orban Monastery? The Durai Papers tell us. The Durai Papers tell us that the Orban Monastery overlooks a grand cataract on a river known as the Zershell. The building was allegedly ancient in Oran's time, with no record as to when or by whom it was constructed. We do know, however, that the building had deep ties with the at Kasha. Okay, he just keeps naming shit that we've never heard of before, and then we're just supposed to know what he's talking about. There's so much new information. Okay. We do know, however, that the building had deep ties with the Atkasha dynasty, rulers at the time of the War of the Lions, and was oft used by the royal family to house prisoners, before finally being converted into a place of worship. A tradition that seemingly continued even after the conversion. Oren writes that Princess Ophelia at Kasha, the last rightful heir to the Ivalisian throne, was confined to the cloister for much of her young life before her eventual marriage to Dalida. Yet, though the Cenobites... The Cenobites? What? Okay, wait. Wait a minute. Are we playing Hellraiser now? Yet though the Cenobites at Orban Monastery were part of a contemplative order within the Church of Glabados, they remained oddly exempt from the High Confessor's authority. Now you may ask, if Orban was a monastery, then why was Ophelia a girl admitted? Well, it appears early scholars may have misinterpreted an important term. In ancient Ivalisian, the word for both monastery and convent are the same. However, seeing as Orban was inhabited not only by monks, but by nuns, it would have been better suited had the word been rendered as abbey, which itself is more encompassing. In addition to their daily prayer, these nuns crafted ales and wines from ingredients grown on their land, and sold them to desert townships that lacked ready access to potable water. Why didn't they just sell them water? Why did they have to turn it into wine and ale? They could have just sold water. While the Durai papers indicate the monastery or abbey as Ramses' final destination before his disappearance, it does not state why his journey was to take him. It does not state why his journey was to take him there. Considering that Oren actually accompanied Ramza on this quest, it is hard to believe that the chronicler would not know, leading me to believe there was a reason for this omission, one that I believe will unlock this entire mystery. What's in the Golmore Jungle? The Golmore Jungle is an endless swath of pristine emerald situated in the southeastern corner of Dalmasca on the Nagshan border. The hot and humid climes of the region have given rise to a nigh impenetrable expanse of towering sentinels and noisome bogs, in which all manner of flora and fauna is allowed to flourish without the interference of man. Our very own Montblanc, however, claims that on his short traipse through the region, he stumbled across numerous ruins of unknown origin. From what we've learned from our own research and expeditions, I would surmise that these sites are somehow connected to ancient Ivalis. While it's true that the Durai papers make no mention of a jungle the likes of Golmore, more than 1,000 summers have passed since my ancestor penned this chronicle. Any number of things could have given rise to a marked change in the environment. Even one of your calamities, perhaps. And one cannot speak of Golmore without mention of its enigmatic inhabitants. As you know, the rainforest is also home to the Viera, self-proclaimed guardians of the wood. Though those who claim that title count themselves fewer with each coming spring, as more and more of the Leperin abandoned their ancestral homes for the comforts of the cities. Still, many Viera continue their adherence to a strict code that has governed their people since the age of Ivalis. None may enter their jungle and none may leave. To the Viera, Golmore is sacred ground, and they will not suffer what they view as the desecration of their sovereign domain by outsiders. This is especially true for those who would dare hunt in their lands. I would one day wish to see her ruins with my own eyes, but without the consent of those who call the jungle home, I fear that day may never come. Who is the High Seraph? Very little is known of the High Seraph other than it was she who created the Eorzea and scattered its shards across Heideland. As for the entity, be angel or demon, well, that depends on which fairy tale you choose to believe. Though after witnessing the terror of the Lucavi firsthand, it's difficult to imagine that one truly pure of heart would design something that might give rise to such evil. That said, it appears the Eorzea itself contains no evil. The stones merely serve as an amplifier of sorts for the desires of those who come into their possession. If that desire is one swollen fat with rage, one of dominance or revenge, then it is made manifest as a Lucavi. Such was the case with Argath and Begamnon. Conversely, if the wielder's intentions are just, then they are rewarded with what can only be described as miracles. Legend provides us with countless tales of the Zodiac Braves granting succor to those wounded, or even fallen in battle. Perhaps this is why history cannot decide on the alignment of the stone's creator. If the being truly hails from some other plane of existence, as Makoto suggested, then we would be fools to think she might be beholden to the same values we hold dear. Wait. If you believe hard enough, you can use it to revive somebody who fell in battle? Can you let me borrow these rocks so I can bring Haurchefant back? Can we bring Haurchefant back? God damn, that was a lot of reading. Alright, let's do some more reading. My thoughts drift often to my brothers in Garlemald. I fear they will think I have somehow abandoned them. What's going here? You guys stretching? I took in a performance at the Mujikoza the other day and must say, it was quite an experience. I, of course, had no idea what was going on, but it all sounded brilliant. The local courtesan who accompanied me explained it was a tale of 13 samurai, Ronin, I believe she called them, who embark on a journey to avenge their slain lord. All in all, 'twas a bloody affair that ended in the death of everyone save the tiny fellow in charge of the lightning. But the audience were on their feet cheering for more. Principal Genimus claims that the rifts twixt any two cultures can be bridged through the telling of tales, though I worry that anyone who would cheer an ignoble death in the service of one already dead will be unable to appreciate aught we might offer them here on the Prima Vista. Oh, and I said that aloud, didn't I? How careless of me. At first, we thought Alma was merely a tad under the weather. The winds up here can prove quite chilly, but now... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I must stay ever limber for... why, for the stage, of course. What did you think I meant? What the hell? My friend, why the hurry? There's little in this world more important than a chest of steel, unless it's calves of granite. Would you care to join me for a few thousand lunges? Your body will thank you in the morning, as will your lover. Oh, when you put it that way, yeah, I could fit in a few of these. Let's go. Yeah! Alright, I'm good. The body is but a vessel for the soul, a puppet which bends to the soul's something. And lo, the body is not eternal, for... you must forgive me, Count. I was lost in my work. Several of my patrons are expecting returns on their considerable investments, you see. Why, hello there. Are those the engines I hear? I do hope we're bound somewhere exciting. I sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genimus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It's the Eorzea that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Odious, well before even his first foray into Rabanastre. However, I do not think this is entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Eorzea. Moreover, I suspect it was the Eorzea itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Odious exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Odious has never resonated with Genimus. It has always been his wife's pendant and its Eorzea's shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Odious is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Eorzea's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Begamnon. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace. Yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen the effects of the Odious. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Odious, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. The city below is all abuzz with word of a Banga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo? I've taken a piece of the Virgo and fitted it to my device. It may, however, still require some time to calibrate properly. Wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Mont Blanc disappeared. Do we get to go retrieve our message that Sid never delivered? It was Bwagi and his companions. Perhaps they know of the Orban Monastery. Sky pirates are bound to have traveled the whole of Dalmasca on their many misdeeds. Apologies, Count, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. Why, what makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore? You of all creatures should know that is Viera land. What are you offering, then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genimus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. I should have expected as much. Very well, Count. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genimus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. That was far easier than I thought it would be, Kupo. Let me know when you're ready to depart for Rabbinaster. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. Board Bwagi's vessel? Yeah. Sky Pirates. It's okay, I'm a professional pirate. We got this. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gidjuk, Renak, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo? Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lente's Tears. When we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Not you, Hairball. Him. Meet the General and hear her proposal, Count. If you're not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. You have our... Coral got your tongue? Rabinaster dead ahead, lads. This way. We've many realms to cover before nightfall. You know, when I heard that they destroyed Rabinaster, I thought it would be in a lot worse shape than this. This isn't that bad. I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought he'd be taller. I knew it! A Vieira! I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and General of Lente's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Vieira. Are you surprised? Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I almost certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orban. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Wagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? Genimus and his family defected long ago. They're not your enemy. A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Genimus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there's no need for threats. You're right, Waki. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men. Men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern alliances to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldenar Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orban. And what of the Lexan tales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? This could be arranged. This sounds like a good deal. I'd take this deal. Promise me first my companions will see no harm. I will promise you nothing, but if it helps you sleep, know that I have never cut down a man who did not take up arms against me and mine, be he Garlean or Eorzean. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Wagi, you and the Faciliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Goddamn! Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You're a fool to trust them, Princess. Do not be put off by Lady Fran. The General has quite the edge to her, but it is only because she wants what is best for the Resistance. I finally come to accept Bagamnan is gone for good, but I will never forget how he met his end. I cannot allow my hatred to consume me as it did him. The General is not too bad, once you're on her good side. Her only good side being her backside. But you didn't hear that from me. What an adventure, Kupo. Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up on my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Welcome to their jungle. Mont Blanc is eager to return to the Prima Vista and report on your findings. Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo. Do you seek passage to the Prima Vista? Yes. Let me tell them, Count. Let me, Kupo. This woman asks much of us. The Viera have never been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many Vieira will spend her entire life bound to their territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Vieira who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Count Swordarm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. He'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the Alliances and the East Aldenar Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Well then, Count, what are we waiting for? I gotta go all the way to Ul'dah? Not just the office in Kugane? Alright. A trip to the Ruby Bazaar? Will there be refreshments? No? Well then count me out, Kupo. Has my brother been behaving? And here I asked this already, knowing the answer, Kupo. I pray for your success, Count. Not because I'm a man of religious tendencies, mind you. It simply feels like the proper thing to do in these sorts of situations. Now, is there aught you wish to ask of me? Nope. It saddens me that I cannot be of any aid. You have every right to think me weak, Count, for I am. At least for now, I might admit it. I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer of 3 gil... What? Oh, or a... Imagine only 3 gil. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. He mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. I've informed Bwagi of our situation. We're ready to make for the Ruby Bazaar when you are. Fran is not too bad once you're on her good side. Oh, you said the same thing before. Okay, yeah. Ass. That's also the same thing as before. Okay. So, you've an answer from an East... Oh, what? I cannot read today, man. My reading stamina is at 0. considering all the reading we've been doing the past few days. So you've an answer from the East Aldenard already. Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence among the realm's players. I assume you've no objection to me joining you then. Rinnock and I will stay here with the airship. My last foray into the city was met with one too many cold stares for my liking. Vessels such as ours require extensive maintenance to remain skyworthy. You and Bwagi take us as long as you need. Okay. Oh, the Ruby Bazaar is in Kugane. I was confused about the Ruby Bazaar and the Ruby Road Exchange or whatever. What's Ruby Road Exchange? Wait, is that even a thing? Why does this sound familiar? To Google, dude. Ruby Road Exchange. Oh yeah, that is in this game. I didn't make it up. Alright. Yeah, it's the place in Ul'dah that I was thinking about. Alright, I'm not stupid. It's a miracle. I had the two confused. Whenever you're ready, Count. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Count? Let's do it. A lovely lady and a banga? And here I was expecting you would be alone, Count. Ah, but excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to... Bwagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I am Bwagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lente's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. Did you just see that? As you're aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality. be it in matters of political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldenar Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters of political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message, and ultimately harm profits. Yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. Oh, it's just like the church in this story. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we're blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard the realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs. But as my good friend Count knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. Let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined your proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the Imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastre. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lente's tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out? You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. You know how there's that meme where there's like, I don't know, like 10 pictures on a board or something, and then it's like something, 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 not you, something, something, you know what I mean? Like one of the pictures gets left out. So remember like in patch 4.4 when Lord Hien's like, send messages to everyone that we're gonna try to make an alliance with everybody that wants to resist against the Garleans. It's like, you guys go over there, you guys go over there. Just send out messages to everybody. Hingashi, Suino Sato, right? They're all on there, right? And then it says Rabinaster, not you. We were just trying to make alliances with literally everybody, but not Rabinaster. No, Dalmasca, not you. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genimus will not be pleased. It's like 1,000,000 degrees in here. Let me really quickly go turn on the air conditioning or something. 1 second. Okay, where were we? Do you seek passage to the Prima Vista? Yes. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Count on this wild Paisa chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Wagi mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed. If a person is as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Montblanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose... You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. And you would be... I would be here on orders from the leader of Lente's tiers. Against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume? I am Genimus and Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theater Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you are sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza, what's going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare to leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Count. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Bagamnon. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Odious. The what? There is no need to worry. Makoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlayan has no say in this. I'm your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother? That is what this is all about, isn't it? When has it always been... What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Orin name. No, you seek only to use the Orisite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desire into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Orisite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. I just want to point out that he asked a question. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? But it does not have a question mark. This is not how sentences work. Localization team! Your brother is right. We've sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you. It is too late. I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your... Is that a word? Cozened? Do not be by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams... Alma! No! No! God's forfend. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one. Count, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come, we'll leave for the Golmore jungle. Now. I've been such a fool, and now I've lost my daughter. Will you ever forgive me, Tia? I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I won't believe it. I won't. There. It didn't happen. I have good news and bad news, Count. The bad news is that it appears the High Seraph was able to employ the Odious as a catalyst to propel her magics beyond whatever seal she's trapped behind. The good news is, this means my device should function as intended. Its design is based off of one of Moonbreeda's. It repurposes the logic behind her etheric siphon into a means of disrupting aether flow by reversing common wavelengths and Let us just say that it has already been calibrated to match the energy emitted by the Odious. As long as Ultima continues to wield the Odious, we should be able to interfere. But it only works if we can find Alma, which is why we must make haste. What do we do? What do we do? We cannot help. We cannot just leave poor Alma to become one of those monsters, Kupo. I think we saw enough to prove that Ultima is no angel, Kupo. But if she's not, then what is she? Was the power I sensed beyond the rift, was that the High Seraph? I told her this was a mistake, and now look what has happened. If you were wise, you'd toss all the remaining shards into Hell's lid and cut your losses. But you've no more wisdom than Bagamnon, and that's why the High Seraph has already won. I was secretly hoping you'd regale me with tales of the Vieira and their tribe's strange ways, but I fear now is not the proper time. Perhaps another day, when the principal's daughter is safe. Nothing will become of Alma, will it? I cannot imagine the Prima Vista without her. Keep away! I'm not about to be whisked away into the void by some strange portal you've gone and dragged onto the ship. Shoo! Would you mind telling me what that was and what it did to poor Alma? Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about? Yes. Did I appear worried? Because I'm anything but. Worried, that is. I am not, and I'm not. That was all the Orosites doing? Such power. Never before have I stood in the presence of such power. The whole experience has had my muscles a tingle, yet I am not afraid, for it is with might that we can stand against magic so foul. If what we just witnessed were truly teleportation magics, then the amount of aether required to create a portal that large from such a distance would surely be immense. Unless you're a Reaper for some reason. From both the principal and my husband, I've heard mention of a blight brought about by the Orosite. Could that portal we just witnessed be a means of spreading it? No, now is not the time for idle speculation. You must focus your efforts on the task at hand. Have I your permission to depart, Count? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Of course, Ramza. Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed. Wow, that's full speed? Holy shit, look how fast that is. Yo, that's so fast! Look how fast we're going! Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma! Ramza, help me. Alma! Be gone! Alma! Ramza! Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised. What just... Wagi, to me. The girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo. Not see the same fate that befell Bagamnon befall young Ramza. We must do something, and quick. If a magic rift was necessary to seize Ramza, then it is quite possible that Ultima is still incapable of traveling beyond the bounds of the Orban Monastery. However, if Eorzea is all the High Seraph requires to do so, then we are in grave danger. The device should have worked. Is Ramza gone because of an error in my calculations? First Alma and now Ramza? What does this Ultima want? Poor Ramza, whisked away from under our very whiskers. What poor companions we make, Kupo. A poor companion would be one who sat around and whimpered while others worked to find a solution to their troubles, Kupo. We must act. For Ramza. For Dalmasca. Oh, okay, they said the same thing no matter which one you talk to. Anything new from that cutscene? When I was but a pup, I lived on the streets of Garlemald. Or to be more precise, beneath the streets. My home was the sewers, and my family the countless other orphans who kept to the shadows, lest they be carted off to the cerulean mines. Or worse. At least they were my home until the Senate voted to seal them off. When the purge came, my brothers and I were given no choice but to flee. And so we ran and we ran, until there was nowhere left to run. Fortunately, a handful of influential families had taken pity on our plight and demanded that the Empire see to care of these... what? Huh? demanded that the Empire see to the care of these displaced children, for what is a nation's future if not their children? Or so they argued. The Senate conceded and proposed a system that would provide aid to families that adopted these sewerlings. It was the Lexentale family that took me in, and for many summers did I work as an errand boy for their troop while going to school and learning to play the lute. I suppose you could say that makes Ramza and I brothers, which is why I cannot bear to think of what I would do if he were not to return. I beg of you, Count, save him. Oh, Ramza, his selfless act has now put his own life in danger. Has a brother never loved his sister more? I mean, they could, but let's not. I see Alma is back, and none the worse for wear. But now Ramza has gone missing. When will this all end, I ask? When? You've returned with Alma. What a relief. Wait, is there someone missing? It has been made obvious that the Eorzea is beyond our control. Beyond your control, even. Its power must be contained, researched, and managed, and there's only one who might accomplish such a task. More than a Zo and a Rut, yet powerless to save Ramza from a fate worse than prop building. If my muscles cannot prevent such misfortune, then, pray, what good are they for? Yes, it would appear that Ultima has abandoned Alma, only to take possession of her poor brother. But riddle me this, Count. What type of being would require a mortal vessel? Correct. One without a corporeal form of its own. So the true question is, then, now that the High Seraph has won in Ramza, what exactly will she become? Maybe she's an Ascian. You rescued Alma only to watch as Ramza was taken in her stead? Promise me, Count. Promise me you will see this right. I mean, yeah, if we ever get into the dungeon. Shit. Now Ramza is gone? Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? The city of Los Angeles. Oh, Los Angeles. Genimus is crestfallen at the thought he might never see his son again. See if there is aught you can do to put his mind at ease. We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I am sorry, Genimus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlane. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Odious. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Whoa, I skipped it by accident. Wait, what did she say? It's gone now. We'll go back and we'll pause it in the VOD. It's fine. Most certainly not. I have discovered no such interference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, the tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalisian legends. Dude, I gotta stop pressing buttons by accident. Then who exactly did summon Ultima? And why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo. Ramza, dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Orin. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Delita, merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Eorzea. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much as his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It's my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights to me! We ride for Orban! My lord, wait! Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Hydaelyn for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then? No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Aether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Oran returned from Orban. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Hydaelyn herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you're aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if the people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those that come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No! Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He's gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, Before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hydaelyn, and for those who would one day too heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become the ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza! Don't leave me! Please! I beg of you! You will make a fine and just king, Delita. See you do not stray from that path. Ramza! The stones in these two necklaces, you're certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Oren, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I cannot bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Oren, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Oh, she's pregnant. Count! 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Durai papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Oren himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve as her warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma? Unless there's something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure Count. It is his vessel the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats, Alma! How long have you been awake? God dang! I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General. It's alright, Bwagi. My intention was to claim one of these Eorzea in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orban Monastery, and ask not in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmor and Rabanastre, people who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Holy shit, we can finally go to the dungeon. It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son. Count, I have asked much of you these past moons, but not is more important than what I ask you now. Please, find Ramza. It was never my intention to deceive you. Alright, it was not. Until it was. But you must understand that I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. And now that I know that to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever nearer. Hey, what's this button do? I will not see the same fate that befell Begamnon befall young Ramza. We must do something, and quick. If your vision is true, then not even the Zodiac Braves, warriors of light themselves, could defeat the High Seraph. Are you certain we should not just allow Ramza's seal to endure? No, that would mean abandoning Ramza. But then, what options are left to us? High Seraph? Ha! You've defeated tougher opponents on both Aldenard and Authard. Ultima will rue the day that she rose up against the one and only warrior of light. She will. Won't she, Count? You're right, dear brother. We must do something. Might you have any suggestions, Kupo? We must do what all Muggles do best. Dance! Dance, I say! This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ramza and my father who were bedeviled by the Eorzea, when in fact it was me all along. You're wrong, Alma. The Eorzea held no power over you. It never did. Your concern for your family was justified, for they allowed the desires to cloud their own judgment. You needn't blame yourself for matters beyond your control. But what of Ramza? He's gone because he tried to save me. Please, Count, you must bring back my brother. I don't know what I would do if I lost him too. Alright, well, let's wait in the Alliance queue for 25 years. Warbond Monastery. More than 30 minutes! What the fuck? What? Okay, well... Ain't that some shit? Meanwhile, Alliance raids. Warrior in Need was DPS a second ago. Apparently not really. Wait, Epona's in the game? When did you log in? This'll make it go way faster. 14 minutes. That's a step up right there. Thanks, Epona. I didn't know you were in the game. Eponus Astralis. Concern. Ooh. That's funny. You think I got enough time to go pee and then come back? I'll be right back. Did I miss it? Nope. Average wait time, 5 minutes. It went down. How'd that happen? How does it go from more than 30 minutes to 14 minutes to 5 minutes? wow, it actually shows that we're at the jungle. That's cool. Hello? They got cool hats. Alright, so I'm probably gonna die a lot because I don't know any of the mechanics, but I'll do my best. Are we there yet? I think 5 minutes was a lie, and it's actually 14 minutes. Did I get any new titles that I don't remember getting? What we got here? Iron Eater. If you set your title to Nidhogg Slayer, wouldn't that be like a spoiler for people who haven't beaten it yet? Maybe I can try to fix the audio popping. Hold on. Let me turn out the lights for a second. Maybe that worked a little bit. These people talking. Damn, do these pants make my ass look good? Oh shit. Do hunts because I don't have to do them until next Tuesday. Let's play my favorite game. Looking at Novice Network Adventurer plates. You think they'd ever make Garleans a real playable race? I don't think so. Because then you'd never be able to cast spells. It doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, I remember this one. I saw this yesterday. Holy shit, you're right. They do cast spells, but they use technology to do it. Now that I think about it, the whole thing was like they don't have the ability to manipulate Aether and cast spells like like the rest of the Eorzeans can, right? But then when you think about it, when you get into fights with Garleans, sometimes they got thaumaturges and conjurers. How are they doing that? Unless they're not actually Garlean, they're just conscripted soldiers in the Garlean army that are not actually Garleans. Yeah. I don't think those are Garleans. They don't got that shit in their forehead. They're just like slave soldiers or something. Damn, I just made the entire Garlean community upset, and they're gonna cancel me on Twitter because I said they had shit in their forehead. Can you believe the what he said is so racist? You know what I meant. I mean, but, like, does Ferdola even count? Ferdola's not Garlean. She's Alamegan. Unless they still have access to the research, and then they can just use it on someone else, that might not be good. If they do it again, yeah, They probably will, let's be honest. They could just make Garlean super soldiers. It's crazy that even with Epona's help, the time elapsed has been crazy long. 23 minutes so far? And it's Saturday evening. Where is everybody on the weekend? I think everybody's taking a break from the game right now, and they're not gonna come back until Dawn Trail. Like, nobody's playing right now. They're playing other shit. Speaking of which, what have you been playing lately, Epona? Anything interesting? Nothing at the moment? Makes sense. He's playing Life. Hey, opponent, do you know if there are achievements in here for Doman Enclave restoration? Is that a thing? Like, how much stuff you give to the donation basket? I was thinking it would have been under items category, but I have no idea, like, where it would be. You don't know. It's okay. Excuse me? Obtain an apocryphal Bahamut horn. You can ride Bahamut? What the fuck? That's crazy. Lander waffle. Fife of Nine Tails. There are 5 achievements? One gives a title. Oh, okay. Let me see. Maybe it's character? General? Oh, it is under character general? Okay, hold on. Is here somewhere? This is where they put all the custom deliveries. Fashion report. There's things for fashion report? Oh shit, I have not been doing that. Oh shit, okay, Domain Restoration, found it. Cool. Philanthropist. Oh man, I need to do Island Sanctuary. Forget Dawn Trail, we gotta do Island Sanctuary. Whoa, where did the light go? What the hell? I guess it gets dark at 6 p.m. Eorzean time. But apparently not on the screen. Just on the windows. What? Is that a picture from early? My immersion. Dude, it's been 30 minutes with the assistance of a healer in the group. What the fuck, dude? Well, Final Fantasy XIV is officially a dead game. Congratulations. You could probably get what's it called? What even is that mode called? Oh shit, I don't even remember. Outpost Rush. You could probably get an outpost rush queue in New World faster than getting into this raid right now. Dude, what is happening? Disappointment. Doesn't the duty finder pull from like the entire data center? So all of Crystal? Not just our server? Yeah, over the last like week now, I've noticed that the queue times have been way longer than usual. I think there's just less people playing lately. It's about time. Okay, Orban Monastery. Hopefully that healer pushes the button and we don't have to wait another 30 minutes. Come on. Come on, dude, push the button. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Okay. Orban Monastery. Okay. There's some fat birds, dude. I bet they taste good. Oh, another bird. Wait, that's not a bird, that's a ghost. Oh shit, it's haunted. I'll get the bird. Hey, Lorenzo. Good evening. Who said they were looking for gloves? Anita. Who's Anita? Oh, Tank. Tank gloves. This is the sniper robot from the trailer. Japanese, nah, clearly that's actually Dalmascan. It's speaking Dalmascan. Oh shit!
さすがだ中のエオザーか。だがこの兄貴に逮捕ができるか。
Huh? Oh shit! There's a cutscene in the boss fight? What the hell? No fucking way, dude! Yo! What? Whoa, okay. You know what's crazy? As a Lalafell, this is as far as the game lets me zoom out. I can't zoom out any farther than this. Oh, this is fine. Okay. Let me push all the long buttons. Reset. How? Huh. Hold on, I think I saw what I was supposed to do, and I did it wrong. Okay. There's no way that that's actually the answer. Whoa, what? That was a guy. There's a lot of sideways.
ラムザに導かれし者よ。貴様が信ずるに足りるものか否か確かめさせてもらうぞ。討ち取る。命脈は無情にして惜しむるべからず。葬る不動無明剣。忠義のために。鬼神の降りて乱るる心。されば人かくも小さなものなり。乱命喝殺だ。
We're in the belly. She ate us. Oh, I see.
大気満たす力震え。我が腕をして先行とならん。無双稲妻突き。人の夢は儚くもろい。されど夢を語らずして叶うわけもなし。見せてみろ貴様の信念とその証を。
Whoa, what the fuck? I'm not gonna make it. Oh, okay, it didn't one-shot me.
「我ら罪深きイバリースの子らに救済を。ヘブンリージャッジメント。」天の願いを胸に刻んで神道滅却。成功爆裂破。討ち取る。 いざ参る。すべてを貴様に託すとしよう。頼んだぞ。
Yes, another person. Are
今
these
こそあなた様のもとへ。
are these the Zodiac Braves? Did we win? Okay.
Damn. 我が名はシドルファス・オルランド。お相手いたす。
I wish I sounded like that. Damn, dude, that's a deep voice.
鬼神の折れて乱れる心。されば人、かくも小さなものなり。乱命喝殺だ。大気満たす力を。我が腕をして先行とならん。無双稲妻付け。霊脈は無情にして惜しむるべからず。葬る不動無名剣。神に背きし剣の極意。その目で見るがいい。闇の剣。我に相見えし不幸を呪うがよい。押しを振れ聖天爆撃だ。お手並み拝見。 上の星の7つの影の経絡を断つ北斗こサイド。死ぬも生きるも剣持つ定め、地獄で悟れ恩の剣。地獄の鬼、首よる刃の空に舞う無限地獄の百万遊女、冥界狂狂だ。
The black mage lost their ley lines. There's a fate worse than dying. Hey Era, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Oh shit, okay. Well, I'm gonna stay here.
我とて雷神と呼ばれた男、剣聖の誇りにかけて究極奥義を披露しようぜ。その目に焼き付けるがいい。バランスブレイカー。
You see that? He thought he was Thornton. Do I use regular OBS or Streamlabs? Neither. I use Studio. OBS Studio.天の願いを胸に刻んで神道滅却成功爆裂派。 I was not even standing in that, dude. It's okay. Who's this boss? Orlando Bloom. What was his name? Orlando something. He's the thunder god.
など与えぬ。雷神を退けるとは我なり。我が天命
You know what the craziest part is?
しまいということか。
That's not even the last boss. That's crazy.
Nanji は我が健子霊族のものか、それとも地を這う非力なるものか。誰でも構わぬ。足元の石を汝に与えよう。汝の望みをその石が叶えようぞ。その石を手にしたら、この煉獄から立ち去るがよい。我が英理を邪魔する者なかれ。
Imagine having 3 people in cutscene and starting the boss.
我に廃棄せよ。
Fuck all these guys.
我を恐れよ。漆黒の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。サボンダークネス。
Oh shit, it's that water boss.
我に廃棄せよ。漆黒の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。サボンダークネス。
I didn't make it.
漆黒の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。
Oh shit, this guy. I remember this guy with the little towers or something. Totems? What is this? We have Yojimbo at home.
我を阻む者にしよう。
All of them at the same time? Oh shit. Bye. See ya. No way!
Kamiに歯向かう愚か者め。 怯え震えよ。命つなぎ止める光。天の塔とならん。アルティメットナイファイヤー。干渉は許さぬ。
Opponent is carrying this whole dungeon right now.
我は神なり。
My biscuits is burning. Where are we? What's going on?
面白い。我がアルティメットなりファイヤーをしのぐとは。漆黒の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。サロンダークネス。我に廃棄せよ。我を恐れよ。我に廃棄せよ。
What the fuck?
漆黒の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。サロンダークネス。
Oh, we got circles. Do I stand on the circle? I'm stopping
漆
demons,
黒
dude.
の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。サロンダークネス。
Who is that? Oh, alright, get away from me, dude. Get away from me, dude! I almost killed that guy. Oh shit, I almost killed him again. Uh-oh. I'm dead. I stepped in a trap.
我に行動せよ。
I'm glad that we can't fall off of the arena. They're blocking sprint? What the hell?
我に廃棄せよ。
Where'd she go?
我の力すべて解き放とうぞ。漆黒の暗渠より悪鬼を招かん。サロンダークネス。 我はイバリンスの神にして非力なる者どもの母ぞ。なぜ我が黄泉に配託されねばならぬ。
Hey, I'm alive. Machinist, why not? What do we got here? Wind up Ramza. Some music. What we got here? Some clothes. Ultima cards? I didn't get any of them. Better luck next time. That was cool. Thanks for coming along, Epona. Have a good night, Epona. Thanks again, man. He's awake, Kupo. But is it truly him? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Let me say that one again. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. It's all the Zodiac Braves. Now my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, that we may finally rest. Ghosts are real. Confirmed. Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story. Delita, how I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramza. You deserved better than what history gave you. I could not have done... I could have done more. I am truly sorry. These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet once again. And now, that time has finally come. Hydaelyn beckons us both. You were confused about this story? Alright, let me see if I can try to explain it. Okay. So basically, Yoshi P kinda did like a Legend of Zelda, where none of the Zelda games were connected until suddenly it was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess all the Zelda games are connected. Here's the timeline. Yeah, okay. Kind of like that. How there's a timeline that doesn't make any sense for Zelda. Hey, Glitter, what's up?
Happy birthday! You as old as me now.
Thank you, Glitter. You okay?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to put something behind this door before I end up breaking something.
Yeah, it needs one of those little springs on the bottom. Okay, I was trying to explain something.
I don't care if you were trying to explain something. Happy damn birthday. Jeez.
Thank you. You need anything?
I sound like a mouse. I literally said I'm offended by my own. No, I don't
Okay. Anyway, so it's like that with Zelda, except none of the Final Fantasy games are connected, except for some reason Yoshi P was like, okay, you know what? We're gonna rewrite it. So Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII, which both take place in Ivalice, they're like, you know what? Ivalice is actually a part of Eorzea.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't know this? Okay, so Final Fantasy Tactics and Delita and fucking Ramza or whatever, they're all real people in Final Fantasy XIV. We just did the story for it. Okay. So the entire country of Dalmasca or whatever in Ivalice, it was a real place and it actually existed, but it was a long time ago. And we had to go like help their ghosts.
Okay, so where the fuck is Gato or any of the other ones? That technically has to be a part of the same fucking...
I mean, if that's the case, isn't Cloud in Final Fantasy Tactics?
Yeah.
So technically, yeah.
Wait. So let's go down this rabbit hole. If this is the case, that means that Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger are also part of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same how they have crossover events for like Dragon Quest. Technically, it's canon.
Okay, but then that stops making sense, because if that's the case, we have Fate, and then we have Dragons. Yeah.
Actually,
and then we have Creationist. Okay,
actually,
so
wait, no, we found out dragons. All the dragons in Final Fantasy XIV are actually aliens.
Yeah, okay, they weren't aliens before. They were fucking dragons. The aliens were their own. So now we're going with Final Fantasy VIII.
No, actually, all the dragons came from another planet. Midgard Sormer was the father of dragons, and he came to Hydaelyn from another planet called the Dragon Star, and then had hatched all the dragon babies on Eorzea or whatever.
Okay, but then that doesn't logically make sense. And here's why it doesn't make sense, because if we're adding Chrono Trigger to it,
it doesn't have to make sense. It's like I said, how none of the Zelda games were connected until they were like, oh yeah, okay, so here's the Zelda timeline that doesn't make any sense. They did that, but for Final Fantasy.
Okay, but I can't even get real high and come up with a good reason why any of this shit would make sense, okay? I'd have to get stoned and something else to get there, okay? This is when you need cocaine to fuel the energy to get around to believe the bullshit you were telling me, because not only are we doing fucking Cross, because Cross also says like you have many different timelines and shit as well.
That would be really cool if there was a Chrono Cross crossover event for this game.
Touch that damn thing.
I mean, they could. They have a Chrono Cross crossover event for some like random cell phone game.
Yeah, they can't touch it.
Why not?
They can't touch.
Why not? They already did for a cell phone game.
As long as it's a set asset, no, they can't touch any of it.
They could just make new ones.
I mean, yeah, just like they keep changing what the fuck Moogles look like because they don't own the rights to all of the images of the Moogles.
I mean,
I'm just saying, I remember when they were cute and all of a sudden they started looking more like rats, and I'm like, look, bro, white rats.
Did you see in the Final Fantasy VII remake the Moogles look like koalas? Like really ugly koalas?
Right. They probably gonna get you herpes too.
I mean, they might.
Just like we gonna be like, hey, you dead and alive again and alive, and you got 7 different. I mean, I guess if we're going by the sheer bullshit, I could actually rationalize this now that I think about it. Okay, so if we going by cross standards, everybody has a timeline when they were alive and when they were dead, and then when they could have died, and when they could have died, and when they could have died. So we gonna go with one of them bullshits.
I mean, yeah.
It's a mirror shadow realm something. What the fuck was the other weird?
I mean, technically that also exists in this game too, because the void is another dimension that's...
Okay, but then if we're going by there's another planet with damn freaking dragons, then we have to be
dragons
like, okay,
came from the Dragon Star.
Hold on, then we're gonna have to establish that 9 can also be in this realm because dragons were in that one, and then we got puppets, which whatever the fuck.
I mean, not all the Final Fantasies are connected as far as I know. They all just take place in different universes. But some of those universes, apparently, Tactics and 12 take place in 14's universe. Just in, like, a small country off to the side.
Some of the side quests do reference 9 and 14. That's a pretty obscure one.
Okay, well, I don't want to know about that. You're trying to tell me.
References.
I don't want to know.
They talk about puppets.
Stop spoilering.
I ain't spoiling.
Lorenzo, can you ban glitter?
And you told Lorenzo that's some fucked up shit. I'ma leave Lorenzo before, happy birthday turns into happy death.
Okay, where were we? Also, yes.
Oh, you shit talking me, where were we?
Oh my gosh, she's back again. Okay, where were Okay, what were we doing? We're finishing the quest line. Okay. But they were there, Hurdy, clear as day. The hero Ramza and good King Delita. Why would I lie about something like that, Kupo? My question is, why wouldn't you? Still, after what we've all been through in the past few days, I might be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. This time, Kupo. Count, it's almost sad to see our quest come to an end, but we have given the land scholars much to consider. Charlene would have to open a school of Evolician studies if we're to keep up. Despite what Lady Fran says, I had no doubt that you would come through in the end. It has been an honor, Count. I only wish Begamnon were here with us to celebrate this day. I'm actually curious, how long ago in the timeline was Final Fantasy XII? Because Fran and Bwagi and Begamnon and what's the other lizard guy's name? They're all from Final Fantasy XII. Like, these are not like, oh, it's a different universe version of Fran, like Sid. Like, no, this is Fran from Final Fantasy XII. So how long ago did that happen? That's weird. I owe you an apology, Count. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in a council room or on the field of battle, you have proven yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bards sing. I am glad to have counted you as an ally, for I would not wish you upon even my worst enemy. Oh, okay, I already talked to you. Our thanks, Count. If aught ill had befallen Ramza, his mother would have risen from the life stream to haunt us for all eternity. Oh, you presume I jest? Not exactly the same Fran. It is 100% the same Fran Feynlone. We've already been over this. Ivalice was real. Final Fantasy Tactics was real. Final Fantasy XII was real. These are the same people. It was not a different universe. 100%. You're back. And with Ramza. Oh, I worried for you so. For both of you. Tell me, Count, what was it like? Did the angel scream when you clipped her wings? Oh, I apologize. I seem to have allowed myself to get caught up in all the excitement. I actually abhor violence. It is why I joined the Majestic instead of taking up steel for the Imperial Army. Well, that, and because I fell in love with Ramza the first time I laid eyes on him. I mean, fell in love with his magnificent performance, of course. What did you think I meant? Is it hot in here? You've done it again. Not that there was any doubt. Oh, there were those who doubted you. I shan't name names, but I was not amongst them. I always knew you'd be a beast. A lion. A beastly lion. Oh, I already talked to you. Okay. She's just really happy. Words cannot describe how happy we all are to have Ramza back aboard the Prima Vista, and it is literally my job to use words to describe things. I see you handled matters on your own. Not that I believed you couldn't. With the amount of time that you obviously devote to your training, victory was all but guaranteed. You've saved Ramza. You have saved my brother. If there's anything I can do to repay you, name it, and it's yours. You're alive. Oh, but of course you are. You'd think that after this many triumphs, one might grow tired of saving the world. Consider us all fortunate that you have not. Ha 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 ha! Here we are, Count. I cannot thank you enough for all you've done for my family. And that's before you saved me from the High Seraph. You rescued my brother, and for that I shall ever be indebted to you. You'll be in my heart always, Count. God damn. I'm so sorry, Ramza, Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life, all the while you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? It's all right. We're still here, are we not? And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Oran Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But Father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain... And we will not. It's simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramza, the forgotten hero, and his chronicler, Oran Durai, smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would have surely perished. Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end? It'll only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. You know, English, when two different words are spelled the same, and you just gotta pronounce the word differently. King Delita and Oran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Count, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you've given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and his adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Count has enough battles under his belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Would you stop doing that, Sid? And his tale is far from over, isn't it? Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Lights, music. There'll be no more mistakes from you two, am I clear? Mother crystal clear, Kupo. They're gonna perform the new final act. Begin. Whatever will I do? The church has branded us heretics. No home. What? What the fuck? We shall embark on a journey together. Together? Together. The crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin. Free? But how? By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. In sword etched he his fading memories. In stone he tempered his skill. By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. That was awful. Bravo, bravo! You are both wonderful. Yay, good job. I'm inclined to agree with the Lady Murala's sentiments, but there's always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Again? I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kupo. It's in my contract. Oh, hush, brother, before Genimus has us back to polishing boot buckles again.
Nice.
Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of gold, well, sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors... Wait, he's wearing a helmet, right? It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus. Wouldn't you all agree? Oh no, they got Superman. Where'd Lena go? It has been an honor to serve one as brave and just as you, Count. I only hope my contributions to this most recent endeavor have proven of value. Before this assignment, I would spend my days alone in the library poring over texts to learn of others' accomplishments, but never recording any of my own. By witnessing you and all you've achieved in our short time together has inspired me. When I return to Charlane, I will put in a request with the students of Baldician for an increase in field research. Wait, didn't all the students of Baldician, except for Kryl and like that other guy, die? Weren't they the only two survivors? What? Okay, maybe there's more. But I think I shall start with something in Lower Lenosha. Thank you, Count. If Begamnon were here, he'd smile and slap us both on the back. He'd probably fall on your face. I miss the captain. I'm not as optimistic as my brothers as to our chances of meeting again. But know this, Count, I will not forget you, and hope that maybe you will say the same. Alright, don't forget, ask me like 5 years from now, when we're in the expansion After Dawn Trail, ask me who Buwagi is. We'll see if I remember. I owe you an apology, Count. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in a council room or on the field of battle, you've proven yourself more than worthy of many praises the bard sang. Oh, she said the same thing before. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Fran. Wait, what? Wait, she added something new. Okay, hold on. She started off by saying the same thing as before, but then she added a bunch of new dialogue. Hold on. We'll come back to Fran. Hold on. You guys got anything new? Yeah, they do. Lord Dysadarg and the Duke would use her as a pawn in their Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Just as the two of them now use you. Is a man like you not ashamed to be no more than a piece in their game? Have you no pride? No honor? There's something lacking in the delivery. A touch more tempered fury, perhaps. A sidelong glance into a swift turn, and then... Ah, Count. Simply practicing my lines. Yesterday, Ivalis was a legend. Today it is history. And this is all thanks to your selfless efforts. No longer need I hide my heritage, for you have shown it to be noble. I only pray this final act I have penned proves worthy of them and their deeds. Granted, it still requires much polishing. And yes, I am fully aware that my conclusion to Rams's tale differs from that which you saw in your vision, and learned in the halls of Moland, but that was rather the point. I wanted people to see Ramza in control of his own fate, ending his story on his own terms. Entrusting faith into future generations is noble, but it diminishes the accomplishments of Ramza and his companions, which is why I granted them the victory they deserved. History remembers those who prevailed, and thus will his name endure. Now, was there aught else you wish to ask of me? Oh no, there's more stuff! Oh no. Alright, we already asked them about all of these things. What was the Necro Hall of Milan? Several centuries before Delita Hyrule united the lands of Ivalice under a single crown, the realm was ruled by an entity known as the Holy Eorzea Empire. As the empire grew older, so did its ruling class grow ever more corrupt, seizing the wealth of the land for their own until the weight of their greed became too much for the common man to bear. In answer to the small folks' pleas, did 12 brave men and women rise to stand against the upper class. Under the leadership of a hero named Eorzea, the Fellowship declared the Empire enemy of the people, and for their efforts soon came to be known as the Zodiac Braves. While it is not clear if each wielded an aura sight of their own, Eorzea himself was possessed of talents far beyond those of mortal men. His what now? His prognostications earned him the love of the masses, and it was not long before he declared himself son of the gods. By the time the Zodiac Braves' struggle with the Empire had entered its 20th summer, the legions of Eorzea's followers numbered in the tens of thousands. And then, in a single night, it was done. The imperial capital of Milan was not only destroyed, but sunk neath the waves of the very sea upon which the city sat. The empire was no more. Yet the celebration was short-lived, for Eorzea had perished in this final assault. Following a period of realm-wide mourning, Eorzea was elevated to a saint that his efforts might never be forgotten. Thus did the dawn break on a new era. There were still many questions left unanswered. What terrible magics did Eorzea unleash to see an entire city vanish from existence? And how did he lose his life? Later, several of the original Zodiac Braves would come forth to express dismay at their leader's decision to invoke forbidden rites of summoning, and that it ultimately was not Eorzea who saw his people to victory, but a devil to which the hero had sold his soul. Might it be this devil Eorzea summoned was Ultima? And might it be that upon the realization of their leader's misreckoning, that the remaining braves joined the elite? What? And might it be that upon the realization of their leader's misreckoning, that the remaining braves joined to exile the city to a plane where the High Seraph might not exert her influence upon Hydaelyn any longer? But this is all simply conjecture. With the Angel of Blood now defeated, we may never know the truth. But you have to admit my theory has some weight, considering all we have learned. No? Who were the guardians of Milan? This is purely speculation, but I have reason to believe they were all companions of Ramza Beov, who accompanied the Warrior of Light on his mission to put an end to the Church's machinations. Judging from your descriptions of the individuals, I would say you encountered Mustadio Bonanza, Agrius Oaks, and Sidolphus Orlando, known by some as the Thunder God. Mustadio hailed from the clockwork city of Gog, where he lived with his father. The young machinist joined Ramza in his efforts against the Church of Glabados after being rescued by the hero. Well known for his jovial nature, the self-assured Bonanza was never afraid to let Ramza know when he disapproved of his decisions, and would oft question the hero when he believed there to be a better path. Although Mustadio was a peerless marksman, his true talent was repairing damaged machinery, as one might expect given his formal training. If my ancestors' writings are correct, The iron construct you encountered in Gog may have even been restored by Mustadio himself. Agrius Oaks, on the other hand, was cut from an entirely different cloth than the young machinist, an elite holy knight in service of the throne. She was tasked with not only the safeguard of Princess Ovelia, but also the royal heir's education during her time at Orbon. Upon learning that the Black Lion, Duke Druxmald... What are all these names? Upon learning that the Black Lion, Duke Druxmald Goltana, kidnapped her charge, Agrius set off to save the princess, only to learn that Delita had orchestrated the plot. After making her peace with the future king, Agrius pledged her sword to Ramza and his fellowship. The Holy Knight has long been a prominent character in Ivalician legend, though her role has become highly romanticized in the countless retellings of Delita's tale. The Durai Papers conversely speak of Agrius as a noble and trustworthy warrior to whom duty came first. Finally, there is Count Sidolphus Orlando, High General in one of the realm's two most powerful armies. His unmatched skill on the field of battle earned him both the titles Sword Saint and Thunder God. As you may recall, my ancestor Oran Durai was the Count's adoptive son, and the two worked together to discover the true architects of the War of the Lions, until they were discovered by the Church, stripped of their titles, and sentenced to public executions for crimes of heresy. In the legends, this is where Orlando meets his end. However, my studies would suggest that Sidolphus somehow escaped the headsman's blade and joined Ramza. The proof, I believe, may lie in the Durai Papers, where Oran writes, "And even in his twilight, could no warrior best this god of war." Not the description one might expect for a man who died in his prime, I say. Alright, well, you heard it here. Kratos from God of War was in Ivalice in Final Fantasy Xiv. Yep, he's from Final Fantasy 14. Confirmed. Because, hear me out, Final Fantasy 14 is on both the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and it has a free trial up until level 70, including the Stormblood expansion. It's a critically acclaimed game. It's funny, dude. Alright, back to reading. Allow me to introduce the Majestic's newest member. This young man is from the Mujikoza and has come to study under me, under us, under our guidance. Yes. It is an honor, milady. Thank you for this opportunity. What? I know not what you're implying, but this relationship is purely professional. Purely. And this is merely rouge on my cheeks, nothing more. I run, you give chase. I am the heart, and you the something. But this heart has laid... Count, you've caught me again in the throes of a bloody bout with my arch nemesis, writer's block. Perhaps a change of pace would serve me well. Was there aught you needed? Whoa, this guy has stuff too? I mentioned this like 2 hours ago, but there's just been so much dialogue that not only I read today, but what I read yesterday and the day before yesterday, I've just been reading so much that I just don't want to read anymore. My reading stamina is empty. Alright, tell me about Viera culture. Ah yes, I've learned much of these Leporin folk during my travels, so let us start off with the most basic of details. There exist two distinct clans, the light-skinned Vina Viera and the darker-skinned Rava Viera. The word Viera itself means people of the wood, and true to the name, both the Rava and the Vina make their homes exclusively in the Golmore jungle, or the primeval forests which line the southwestern foothills of the Skatay Range, respectively. Until recently, perhaps, the past several generations, a Viera living outside her homeland was unheard of, and those who abandoned their tribes were branded outcasts. You see, the Viera follow a strict code called the Green Word that binds them to their land and prohibits all contact with the outside world unless absolutely necessary. Similar to that of the Makote Keepers of the Moon, the Viera's societal hierarchy is strictly matriarchal. You'll find no males in the villages of both the Vina and the Rava, let alone in the position of rule. Yet that does not mean that they do not play an important role in Viera society. The males take up the mantle of Wood Warder, protectors of the forest, and serve their tribes by seeing no evil encroach on their tribe's sacred demesnes. Males, for the most part, are reclusive, shunning contact with even their own kin, save for the rare occasion they return to their village of birth to sow their seed, and to claim any boys who have reached adulthood. But I shall speak of that queer custom at length later. In other words, tread not the wood with hopes of finding a male Viera, for you'll be met with naught but disappointment, or worse, death. This, however, is not to discredit the martial prowess of female Viera. The women of the wood are as formidable as the men, and merely choose to devote their attention to the protection of their hearth and young. Without a supportive community, the males must constantly struggle to survive. Food, clothing, weapons, medicines, all must be procured or crafted by the individual, and without the aid of another. The male lives alone and dies alone. This has gone unchanged for countless generations. I spent many a moon in the desert Sapphire, and while I saw all manner of wondrous creatures, not once did I lay mine eyes upon a male Viera, nor did I hear of one living in the city. They simply do not exist to us. Would they say something different if you were playing a male Viera character? I know that they didn't come out until recently, but like if you came back now and you talk to them as a male Viera, do they say something else? About Viera physiology. For the Viera, the hands of time move at a far more leisurely pace than they do for the rest of us. Whereas a Here might consider themselves fortunate to see, say, 80 winters before his return to the life stream, a Viera can endure up to 12 score or more. See, I told you, dude, Fran is really old. So is Bawagi. He said that Banga live a long time too. So realistically, Final Fantasy Xiv could have been like a couple hundred years ago or something. It is estimated that upwards of 8 in 10 Viera are born female, though it is not until at least the 13th name day, when the individual moves from adolescence into adulthood, that the individual's gender becomes apparent. Then, for the next 2 centuries, will the Viera maintain its physical youth, rendering it nigh impossible to discern one's age simply from outward appearances. When it's revealed that a Viera kit is a male, it'll be given into the care of another, that it may learn the ways of the Wood Warder, protectors of the forest. Once every 3 to 5 summers, male Viera will descend from the trees to a nearby village to mate. It is at the time, It is at this time, if there are any recently discovered jacks still living amongst the females, that the older male will make them his wards and teach them how to survive without the crutch of companionship. Only following countless seasons of training and strict adherence to the green word will the students themselves earn the title of master and be allowed to seek solitude. More than a few will perish during this brutal rite of passage, further thinning the tribe's males, until only those with the strongest seed remain. As I explained before, the duty of a male Viera, a wood warder, is to see that their tribe's demesnes remain untouched by the destructive whims of outsiders. Yet they do so from the shadows, oft choosing to shoot first and not even bother with questions. Females, on the other hand, are much more open in their relationship with the wood, though I use the term open in its most loosest of senses. More than simply defend the forest, they seek also to nurture it, clearing undergrowth, removing fallen trees, planting seeds, eradicating vermin. Efforts by past kings to bring Viera lands under Dalmascan rule have been met with either indifference or violence. As of late, Rabanastre has suffered the Viera their self-governance, with the promise that villagers will not take up their bows against the throne. When I was younger and far more the fool than I am now, I asked a Viera if she did not find her tribe's ways awkward. Was it not within the natural order for males and females of a species to coexist? The woman answered me thus: "The value of coexistence will not be found neath the loincloth. Long has our kind endured understanding that the distance twixt the two bodies does not dictate the distance twixt two souls." It's a lot of reading, dude. About Dalmascan refugees. I spoke with Lady Fran about her efforts to see Dalmasca's displaced relocate to both Doma and Eorzea. A shrewd bit of compromise, if there ever was one. Not only will it save lives, but give the resistance only one less thing to worry over, allowing them more time to concentrate on uniting their ranks. And there was no easy way for the alliances to refuse the entreaty without painting themselves just as heartless as the Empire. This is the children and the elderly we're talking about here. Nevertheless, a logistical nightmare awaits those tasked with seeing the masses safely across the eastern and western borders. It'll be quite an undertaking, and many might still perish. However, it is my deepest desire that Dalmasca might eventually follow in the footsteps of her neighbors and finally break free from the imperial yoke. Did I say deepest desire? Considering recent events, that was in poor taste. My apologies. It's over. It's over. What flaw do you hold there to be in us? That we both were born between a different set of walls? Do you know what it means to hunger? To sup for months on naught but broth of bean? Why must we be made to starve that you might grow fat? You call us thieves, but it is you who steal from us the right to live. You did not think me merely the company's outfitter, did you? I would also wager you did not know I make a wicked broth of bean. You, no less human than we? Ha! Now there's a beastly thought. You've been less than we from the moment your base-born father fell upon your mother in whatever gutter saw you desired. What gutter saw you sired? You've been chattel since you came into the world, drenched in common blood. Terrible line, isn't it? Oh, the writing's fine. Genimus is a master at his craft. It's just, Why did I have to be picked for the role of Argath? He's such a bloody bastard. Unlike myself, of course. Hey, Glitter, what's up? You okay?
Yeah.
I don't know, you just randomly showed up.
Can't say that.
Hello.
Before you start talking shit.
Nobody's talking shit. I'm so tired of reading, dude. There's so much reading.
What, you get flashbacks of your mama making you read as a tiny person? That's what this is?
My reading stamina is empty. Alright. When the stamina bar is empty and then you fall off the mountain and then when you land in the water you drown because you don't have enough stamina to swim.
See, this is how I know you don't read the female novels. You touches your arms to you, shit like that. You don't get bored, you just like, yeah, we keep going. I think that's why old ladies like Tarzan so much or some shit.
Tarzan?
I'm saying old ladies. To us old ladies like in them 80s.
Okay, you're a woman. Hear me out. Explain this to me. What is the appeal of Tarzan?
He ain't got no shirt on. It's the same appeal as like the male strippers. It's that's it.
Okay.
He's just a buff guy that can pick you up and like swing around.
Alright, just know that he's probably never wiped his ass in his entire life.
Just know that there's a lot of men that never wipe their ass. There's a lot of men that never wash their hands, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, believe you me, it's kind of like that whole, hey, don't you want a dragon? And it shits all over the belly. Eating everybody's fucking livestock. You're like, oh shit, my neighbor's cow just disappeared. That motherfucker's gonna find me. Excuse me, is this your damn dragon? My cow Betsy is gone. He's like, oh shit. That's not cool. That's not cool.
Is it really hot to you too, or is it just like this room?
You got heat stroke, homie? You going through hot flash? No, it's just hot in your room. Your room just retains heat.
Is it hot out there too, or no?
Shit, no. Actually, the back room is colder than shit. I don't think the AC hits this room as well as that back room, so you might want to consider if you want to like move around.
No, it's literally just because I have these two things on and then these are on.
No, walk in that back room. It is cold as shit. Even if you had both of those on, for whatever reason, that demonic room, it keeps that cold. It's like, yeah, you want to see frosty hell? Hell froze over in you, like, yeah. I'm on the fence about whether or not I want to start making you the cookies or wait making the cookies. Because I'm going to start making the cookies and halfway through I'm going to fall asleep.
Okay, well then just do it whenever you have energy. I'm not in a hurry for cookies, but...
I'm always in a hurry for cookies.
Okay, back to reading. Nah, I'm good, thank you. You need anything?
Hell no, I'm getting a sheep though.
Oh, okay. A man does not eat an omelet without breaking eggs. Blood is the price of progress. It is the ink in which history's pages are written. Look around you, boy. Iblis rots from within. Your brother would carve out the root of its decay, even if it means his hands must needs be soiled. Never a truer passage was spoken, though I prefer to take my eggs raw. Builds character, they say. Or at least I say. Lady Fran has agreed to introduce me to a storyteller from her former village, that I may learn of her people's history. Would that this meeting inspired me to pen the next great symphony, or at least a merry jig to use in the Zodiac Brave story's newest act. Alright, let's see what Fran had to say earlier that I completely missed. I owe you an apology, Count. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in a council room or on the field of battle, you've proven yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bards sing. I am glad to have counted you an ally, for I would not wish you upon even my worst enemy. In fact, our paths may cross again sooner than expected. I received word earlier that the Eorzean and Eastern alliances have agreed to assist Lente's Tears, though not in the manner my leader first sought. They would be providing refuge for those displaced by the fighting. Children, elderly, the wounded. I've been assured that they are all welcome. Unlike our demand for soldiery, both Lady Tataru and Lady Yugiri seemed much more amicable to this request. Perhaps they remembered how only recently Eorzea received refugees fleeing from Doma and Alamigo, and perhaps it was I who reminded them. As for now, I must return to Dalmasca with these tidings, and somehow not only convince the myriad resistance factions to cease their infighting, but also cooperate in the organization of a method in which refugees might be transported safely across the borders. Needless to say, I have my work cut out for me, but even then, this is only the beginning. Once the refugees are safe, there is still a war to be fought, and won. When that time comes, do not be surprised when I come again calling. Thanks are not nearly enough for all you've provided us, but sadly, they're all I have to offer. Thank you, Count. You watched our rehearsals, so you've witnessed firsthand the fruits of my father's labor. It's now on us, the players, to see their seeds cast across the realm. From fleeing the Empire to searching for a new audience, from finding the truths of our ancestors to bringing back my mother to saving my brother, many paths were walked on this journey, but ultimately they all led here. Was it merely the aura site that guided us to the Orban Monastery, or was it, dare I say, fate? Our exile, our arrival in Hingashi, my father's disappearance. Without even a single one of these things, our paths may never have crossed. If that's not fate, then... Now that Ramza's desire has been fulfilled, the aura site set in the necklace appears to have lost its blessing. Perhaps it's for the best, but I'm simply glad that a piece of my mother remains. I shall not say farewell, for I will not have this meeting be our last. Allow me instead to offer a prayer. Mother, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalis, but deliver us from our sins that we might know salvation. I hope the new act was to your liking. It may still change, seeing as how we have yet to finish our rehearsals, but I believe Father has another masterpiece on his hands. I've always admired my father, but never more than I do now. I finally have come to understand why it was so important for him to tell the tales that he did, even if those actions did seem driven from his home. Still, I worry that we may never find our place here in this foreign land, that our voices may never be heard. Everything we knew is gone, everything we worked for, behind us. Will the people of Othard and Aldenard accept us for what we offer, in spite of who we were? Will they flock to our stage to hear our stories? Will they laugh at our jests and weep for our losses? I know it's childish to fret over such matters, but perhaps I'm still a child, desperate for the acceptance of strangers, despite the fact I'm already accepted by my friends and family. Something happened that day Something happened that day I laid hands on my mother's necklace. My father would have me believe it was the hero Ramza's aura site, the Virgo, that dispelled the fear and hate in my heart and replaced it with love. I'd like to believe that it was not only the Holy Stone, but me, growing up, journeying to a new land, meeting new people, learning of the new cultures and customs. These things ignited a flame inside me, a flame of change. You, Montblanc, Herdy, Makoto, Master Sid, Bawagi, Fran, even Lena, you've all helped fan that flame, that they might rise into a conflagration to burn away the old Ramza, leaving what stands here before you now. My father spoke of one day authoring a play that would chronicle your adventures. I believe I'll tell him to abandon that endeavor, for I wish to author it myself. That is, if you'll allow it. You're welcome here anytime, Count, and I hope that you'll take time to visit and tell us more of your deeds. I shall be waiting. Is that everybody? Oh, no, it's not. Principal Genimus has agreed to give me an actual role in the play. It's not Montblanc who stands before you, Kupo. It's Isolde Tengil, the most handsome and noble and handsome of the Knights Templar, who has all of 2 lines before he must return to his proper place backstage, working the lights. Do not forget that, Kupo. Okay, we did it. We read everything. Mission complete. Oh, hell no. Ugh. No. I mean, these aren't bad, but I'm never gonna wear them. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I know it's only been 5 hours, but I did a lot of fucking reading, and it's my birthday. So I'm gonna go and enjoy my birthday tomorrow, today, whatever, it's past midnight. And I'll be back in April. Thank you, Phalone. Thank you, Lorenzo. Alright, get me out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna go enjoy my birthday, and then I gotta record the... Why can't I remember? Little Ladies' Day Easter combined event. So I'll put that up on YouTube as well. And then when we come back, we'll do more of the what is this called? I've told you, man, my brain is melted. Patch 4.5. We just finished the Alliance raid. We already finished normal raid last time. That was 4.4. But I still need to wrap up the Hildebrand quest. I think it's this one over here. So we need to finish Hildebrand next time. And also start the MSQ. Also... Lorenzo, if you ever get time, this is gonna sound weird, but you know how you made me a spreadsheet for Stormblood? If you ever, you know, have the time to make spreadsheet for Shadowbringers and Endwalker, so I know what to do for those ones. If not, I mean, I could look it up or something. But the spreadsheet was really helpful. Alright, let's turn this in here. Well, wasn't that an adventure, Count? It's sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genimus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he's already received petitions from hundreds of Geiko and Geinin to join the company. And then there's the matter of my assignment. You'll be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an expose when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? And don't you worry though, a few more weeks and I'll have a draft. Alright, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. And we got some music. Alma's theme and staff credits. Also, Lorenzo, you're probably like the best person to ask because you actually do your side quests. If you could also let me know which quests, even if they're not blue quests, like which quests are important to do if they have like some kind of like paradoxes involved, or you know, like as an example, I don't know, who's a character in the game? I don't even know. Give me a random character. Tataru, like a quest where Tataru is in it, but Tataru's dead in the next expansion, and you gotta do this quest that has Tataru in it because she's dead, and it won't make sense if you see a dead character in the cutscene. Do the Moogle Mail? Okay. I remember those ones. Okay, I need to do Moogle Mail. Also, how important is doing the Eureka quest lines right now? Because I want to do Eureka stuff, but I was doing it with Epona, like, together. And then, we're trying to catch up to, like, where Lorenzo is. But, like, how important is that? Will it fuck something up if I don't do Eureka right now and I do it like at the end of Endwalker or something? Is it connected to something? Or do I gotta go like put in the time for it right now? Alright, Count Funkula, you need to get some rest, man. The same thing happened when I did the second part of the Alliance raid. Just something about this Alliance raid in particular had so much reading. And then every time you talked to somebody and got a cutscene, there was like 15 NPCs in the room that slightly shifted positions and they all had new dialogue to say. And then you'd talk to one guy and get a cutscene, and then all 15 people would like walk to the other side of the room and have all new dialogue again. And it would just do that over and over and over again. It was just so much reading. It's too much. My brain's melted. So, like, I'm not even mentally capable of doing anything else. I'm gonna just go and be a vegetable. But, thanks for hanging out. Thank you for keeping me company. It was fun. It was good to see you. And, yeah, that's it. That's it. Hey, for like current content, you guys have been around for current content. When a brand new expansion comes out, like let's say when Endwalker came out, how long from like 6.0 was 6.1? Like how long in between is that? Like a few months? Like maybe like 6 months or something? How long is that? Because I probably won't make it for as soon as the expansion comes out, but I'll probably make it in time to be all caught up before 7.1. So that we can all, like, progress post-game together or something. I don't know. Okay, 6.0 is December 7th. And then... Okay, 6.01, does that even count? That was on the 20th. 6.05, oh my god, I'm so confused. Fanlone, what? Okay, 6.1 was April 12th, so that's what, 4 months? 5 months? That's not bad. I could probably make it. It's just the deadline's so tight that I don't know if I'm gonna make it for like release day, but I'll make it a little bit after that. And then we can all do stuff. Epona was saying that he wanted to do like heavy prog rating and stuff, and I was like, I don't know, we could probably throw a group together or something by the time I get there. We'll see. Alright, I'm out. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you all next time.